Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Tessa. Today's a somewhat better day than I've been having. I was immersed in writing a short story when I realized what time it was. Almost didn't make it back in time, but I did. So, I have to finish the story. It's one of my blog posts. I had to write a story with 3 words, and I decided not to be on the dark side. I wrote a cute little story. So I just have to finish it up and post it. But I had a reboot just before this because nothing was working, and WordPress doesn't want to work even in the best of times. It was refusing to work. Hopefully, it's okay when I go to post the post, but I'll find out. And because it's almost finished, I just have to do a little bit more to it, and it'll be done and ready to go. Um, I did not go to physical therapy today because yesterday my walker's wheel broke off, and I use a rollator, which is much easier to walk with than those old-fashioned aluminum things, which I'm stumbling around the house with right now. I really hate it. But I wasn't about to drag myself out. It's hotter than heck, and I have no air in my car, and I have to fight with this darn walker. So I decided I'm not going. I called, canceled. Besides, my foot hurts. And tomorrow, though, I get my hair cut, and we're supposed to have a thunderstorm. And I'm like, please, not while I'm gotta go. But I'm going for that. One way or the other, from hell or high water, as they say, I am gonna need my hair cut tomorrow. Um, it's not as long a walk as it is to get to the doctor's office for the therapy. And of course, they won't be messing with my ankle. Because I've already asked them, why does my ankle hurt so bad if we're trying to make my foot stronger? Well, we have to build up the ankle to be stronger. Well, all you're doing is making my ankle hurt, and my ankle didn't hurt until you started messing with it. And now it hurts really bad. And my foot's, where it was broken, if you push on that, that hurts too, and that's supposed to be healed. So I don't know what's going on. I may have to end up calling the doctor next week, but not until I don't think I'm doing anything until I get this walker thing straightened out because this metal aluminum, well, it's aluminum and it doesn't steer right, and the wheels they're wobbly too, and it doesn't have a seat, so when I can't breathe, I can't sit down, and breathing is always an issue for me. I usually have to sit down and rest. So I don't know what I'm going to do about next week. I'm going to get my hair cut though, because I can't stand this mop in my face anymore. Um, is there anything else? I was lucky. It made it back to the car before it decided to fall apart. It was loose. I didn't know it at the time. It was squeaking, but I didn't know why. And then I looked down to pick it up to put it in the car, which is hard. It's heavy. It's awkward. And I'm not very strong, and I'm short. I'm trying to get this thing in my car, and the wheel is laying on the floor, on the ground. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then I thought, well, I was really lucky because that could have dumped me either in the cement driveway, the parking lot, or it could have dumped me in the middle of the doctor's office. I could have gotten hurt. So I was really lucky that nothing happened. And when I got home, thankfully my neighbor was home. It could come in my apartment and get my other walker and bring it down and take the bad one upstairs. Now I have to wait because they have to decide, because it's past warranty, and Medicare won't pay for anything that's less than 5 years old. Hi, Greg. Ho, ho, ho. That's funny. I'm sitting here writing a Christmas story. So that's hilarious. Perfect. Well, I hope you got something out of Charlie's pep talk yesterday because he's so much better at it than I am. I didn't know what I was doing, but he is pretty good with that stuff. So I'm glad you went ahead. I was going to ask you if you were going to ask him or not. So I'm glad you did. That worked. And I hope it helped. I mean, I'm feeling better today, which is good. But I never know what my mood's going to be anyhow. So I was just talking about the fact that the stupid wheel fell off my walker, and I luckily did not kill myself by falling in the parking lot or something. But I don't know what I'm going to do because we've got to wait for the company. Medicare won't pay for anything that's less than 5 years old. These things aren't meant to last 5 years old. Why would it, 5 years old? So they're like, the only way we're going to pay for it is if your doctor says that it is medically necessary, and the company says it's not repairable. I know there's probably another word for that, but it's not repairable. So I have to wait for the company to decide, and then I have to wait for someone to make a decision. Now, if the company decides that it's not repairable and it's a quality issue, then they might just send me one. So I have to wait, and I don't like it. I'm using this aluminum thing. We got some words done today and yesterday, and working on the last third of chapter 5, mostly written. I need to fill in some gaps. Great! So hopefully that pep talk helped. Or it just happened to be that you feel better. Irreplaceable. I'm not sure if it's because it's not really irreplaceable. The, the wheel has to be not repairable. Like, it has to be broken beyond repair for them to say it's a quality issue. And if it's a quality issue, then they have to pay for it. And then if it's not a quality issue, then I have to get the doctor to say I have to have it and it's not repairable, if that's what they say. Repairable? Unfixable? Repairable? Yeah, those words. And the doctor has to state this all on a form and then put that I need it it's medically necessary, of course, before they'll do anything about it. So all this is going to take time, but I'm not dragging this thing around. I said I'm going to get my hair cut tomorrow because it's a mop and I need to get this mop off my head. So tomorrow I will be dragging it around, but I didn't go to physical therapy today. Besides, my foot hurts and I don't feel like doing it. I don't understand why I now have severe ankle pain when they're supposed to be fixing my foot. And they're like, well, we have to do ankle exercises to make it stronger. I'm like, but now I have a bad ankle because it hurts. So what are we accomplishing here? The foot hurts, the ankle hurts. Before it's just the foot hurts. Now the ankle hurts. Stupid. There is quite a delay between, typing a compliment and showing up. Maybe that's on purpose. It's always been that way, but it's a lot worse. And Twitch and YouTube are not the same. There's a difference between both of them. So, but no matter which one you're on, there is a delay, but it's not the exact same delay. So they each have their own delay. And I don't know what the purpose, honestly, I don't understand what the purpose would be. But StreamYard was the same way. It was exactly the same way. Water. I needed water. Oh, man. Yeah, because I think, I'm not sure. I think Funky may have done the same thing, trying to figure out time lapses. And like, I don't know. I know StreamYard was the same way. And I know it's weird because you're already writing something else, and I'm just responding to something you wrote a while ago, but not anything I can do about it. What happens when I retract the comment? Does it still show up? I don't know. I know I've seen on StreamYard it'll just say comment retracted. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's tried to retract the comment here or not. So I couldn't tell you what it does. But it still showed up in StreamYard. It just got retracted when they finally caught up to it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's part of the problem is it doesn't give you the time to retract it before it comes up. I don't know. I can't get in the heads of these people. Mm. But I'm feeling a little bit better. I wrote a story. I'm almost done, ready to post it on my blog. Excuse me. I did spend the afternoon in bed though. I spent 2 hours talking to a friend, and then, excuse me, I took a nap. Then I got up and ate. And then I was almost late because I was busy writing a story and not paying attention to time. I retracted the last comment, but it is still there. I better watch what I say. Yeah, I guess you better. You don't want me to see it, or anybody else for that matter. I know in StreamYard you got a little thing that said message retracted, and you don't know what it is because it's gone. But it still, I think, goes up. I mean, maybe that's why the delay is there to let you retract the comment. I don't know, but it's not working obviously on here. Crazy. Yeah, so I'm glad to hear that you are feeling a little bit better and starting to write again. I started writing a little bit too. A lot of mine is anxiety, besides the bipolar with the depression and the mania and all that. The anxiety of waiting to find out about the place I'm waiting to see if I get to move into or not. That that is giving me a lot of anxiety, and I'm not good with anxiety, unfortunately. Like last night, I ended up going to sleep a lot, trying to go to sleep earlier, and I ended up staying up later for some reason. Yeah, yeah, I don't have my document. I just rebooted, so I don't have anything open except the post because I was in the middle of doing it, so I reopened that. But yeah, I need to reopen mine too. my my document it won't write without it being open. It's really weird that way, isn't it? I'm going to have to make a decision soon about whether I'm going to do the Libre office or Office Libre or whatever it's called. Or unfortunately, I think it's because one, I leave it open all the time. I don't shut it down. and two, I have like 20 tabs open, so I'm always having to reboot it because it's not an old computer. I have just had it, not even a year yet, not quite, almost, but not quite a year yet, and I have to reboot it, if not every day, at least every other day, and that's because I leave everything open, I think, and all the tabs that are open. Oh man, I'm thirsty. I have to make a decision whether to use that or Google Docs and copy my documents into it because I won't have Word after the new year. I need to go over the old stuff. Some of it can probably be deleted. It's probably stuff I don't really need. Trying to find. There it is. Full document. I got two of them open in Word, depending on what I feel. I've been trying to rewrite the beginning of a short story now for days, and I can't seem to find what I want, so I may have to give up on it soon. Ramp up with my Linux system. I can go weeks, sometimes months. Yeah, I know. I know. Without rebooting, I do close my laptop when I sleep, though. It goes into sleep mode. Yeah, mine doesn't go into sleep mode. It just go. There's a screensaver, but that's it. Jenna says hi. I don't have headphones today, but I can chat until I get home. No headphones. We were just discussing computer systems and stuff. I had to reboot again just before the stream started. I had to reboot, and I was busy writing the story, and I forgot time. I'm like, oh no, it's time to get started. Plus, I was eating, and I spilled down the front of me, and I had to change. And you'd see it because it was right there. So no, nope. You guys can't hear because you're in the chat only. The only way to hear a person, if she was on screen with me, you'd hear her, but she's not on screen with me, so you can't hear her. So she can't even hear me. Which, can you hear me without him? Probably can't hear me either because I'm not busy writing anything in the chat. I don't think she can hear me either. I'm debating a nap before I get home. This girl's going back to freelancing. Yay! It'll be great to have you back. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. She might be, if she's on her phone, be able to hear me if the bus wasn't so noisy. Yeah, I get it. But, you guys, the only way you would hear her is if she was up here with me, which she may do. We're talking about it. So it may happen. She might get up there with me again. I didn't feel like changing to to to. I didn't even put up. I didn't even open. I got Twitch open. I have Twitch open. I don't have YouTube open. She's just gonna follow the chat, which means I have to chat to talk to you. I got to write urban fantasy for a sample today. It's interesting. I don't know. I'm just used to it. Coffee bills. Oops. You is usually muted, so I have to type. Oop, I have to learn how to type. It's like a big city plus paranormal sort of thing. The grit of the street, but with the magic. But with magic. Hmm. I think I found the stream where you were on with Tessa. Yeah, New Year's Day. uh, my daughter was like that. My daughter had a ton of horror stuff. Oops, TLM had a tone, had a tongue. Snore horns. Mm. Well, that one didn't go to Twitch for some reason. It's got a X next to it. That's weird. I don't know. I think we were supposed to read it for school, but did I read it? I don't remember. Yeah, for some reason that last message didn't go to Twitch. third room is the size of a shoebox, so I let it be the horror room. An office might have been nice, but I'd never be left alone anyway. This is strange. I'm sitting here doing all this typing in the comments instead of commenting. You're aware of the happenings going on around you. I don't want it to doggone thirsty. Ooh. uh, it is a co-working space. Backyard is cement. My body in cement. Mm. uh, I told her she should start writing thriller, psychological mystery, murder, and stuff. Oh, sounds like a nice setup. Mm, yeah, the budget. It's nice to know. Glad I live across the country. 100 dollars per month. Wow. Used to run a freelance group and I hold meetings there as well. It was so convenient. So convenient. Maybe this is the right time for a sprint. I need to warm up, get coffee, and stuff. We can do that. And she's on the bus so she can relax during the time we're on our 25 minute, because I'm going back to 25 minutes. I did that for Funky the other night, but I prefer 25. Then you'll have more time to get your stuff and whatever. Alright. So starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 25 minutes. Finish my story and get it posted. Oh, hi guys. I didn't even see you at first. I was busy writing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you all. Hi, Glory. I'm lurking in the back. Hmm. We're still, as you can see, and I'm not quite done the sprint, so excuse me. I'm not sure if anybody else is watching. I only had a couple people, so nice to see you all. And the darn little bugs that keep gnats that keep flying around. Gnats. I was just writing a short story. Greg says you got rated. Tessa, what is Glory Corns Unite? That's just the name she's using. Glory writes the blues. And like everybody gives, like Charlie uses something something Charlie. That's his raid call. Everybody picks a raid call when they do it. You don't necessarily have to understand what it is. Sometimes they make sense, sometimes they don't. But this one happens to be Glory Writes the Blues, so she uses Glory Corn. So, yeah, we got rated. Hmm. It was quiet in here, and it was Greg and I, and then Jen popped on, but Jen couldn't hear, so I was busy typing in the chat so we could have a conversation. So we decided to have a sprint because she was on the bus on her way home, and there's my timer, which I wasn't watching. I sometimes forget that timer. Glory corns is glory and unicorn. Oh, okay. Has to do with unicorns. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Glory corns. Cool. Thanks, Megan. I'm not sure if I would have put that together or not, tell you the truth. I'm not sure if I would have. Now I know. I don't know if I did anything. I only did one raid, I think. I don't know if I did anything, said anything, or I didn't even know what I was doing, let alone know about having. I have since read up on raids and know a little bit more about them and the battle cry and all that. It's like a battle cry. So I finished the story, put it on the post, and went through my Instagram real quick, and then went and got some water because I'm so thirsty. I don't know what Greg did. He just came back and was like, "Oh, you got raided." Did you get anything written, Greg, or did you just warm up? I never quite understood people saying they have to warm up to write. I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense to me, but it doesn't have to make sense to me. But people keep saying, I gotta warm up, I gotta warm up. And I'm like, get it. But I don't have to get it. So if it helps to warm up, then I guess warm up. Did you get anything done, Greg? Well, that's not bad. 231 words, and you went through some text. So that's not bad at all. You did good. Better than what we both of us were in the dumps the other day. Trying to buck each other up. Hence the pep talk in Charlie's stream last night, because I'm no good at it. He's like, don't you have the option to buy that? I said, no, because I'm not. I think you probably have to be affiliate or whatever for that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. Warming up is basically getting into the mood, getting ready with a coffee, stuff like that. No, I hate coffee. We've already been through this. I hate coffee. Coffee does nothing for me. But no, I don't need to do that. If I feel like writing, I write. If I don't, I don't. But I'm not the normal person. And we all have our own ways of doing things. So if that's what it takes to make you feel ready to write, then that's what you do. Works with tea as well, Tessa. Okay, your point is taken. But I still don't understand that whole thing. I just don't understand needing a warm up. Sorry. Before I sit down, I try to have that stuff ready. So I don't see a warm up as being necessary. Maybe that's part of my problem. Maybe I need to have a warm up, and like other people do. Maybe that's my problem. I don't have a warm up. Greg says I've been debating whether I will cook some food or get something instant where I just pour water. Well, if it was me, I'd vote for the pour water. I had hot dogs in the microwave. Now they're gone. Don't have to worry about the hot dogs anymore. But yeah, I would vote for just pour water. Unless you feel like cooking. Cooking's not my thing. 2 meals during the day, I get the aid takes care of. I only have to worry about dinner. So, hey, Melanie, we just got rated. It was just Greg and I, and Jen was on the bus for a few minutes, but because she couldn't hear me, I had to type in the chat. So the three of us were chatting in the chat. And then I went on a sprint, and I guess Jen's home now. So we got rated, and we have some more people in here now. Hot dogs in the microwave. Hot dogs in the microwave. I think I will rise higher. I don't feel like cooking. I would love to eat something nice though. Are you saying you want a hot dog in the microwave? They're really easy to make. They don't take long. Yeah, just zap them in the microwave. And my favorite way though, The closest to grilled is the fried pan, so it gets, the black around it. That's my favorite way. But that's cooking. So, and dirty and dishes that you have to wash. So it's like back to the microwave. Melanie says, I'm about to get myself some dinner. Made sloppy joes earlier and I'm starving. Well, that's cool. Yes, fried hot dogs are great too. They definitely are. They got that sort of that grilled taste because the hot dog blackens on the outside. And I love a black hot dog. When I get them grilled, I love the black ones. I know some people say, "Oh, they're burnt," but I like them that way. So we're all in a better mood in here today, thankfully. We had a Charlie pep talk yesterday. I know it helped me. I don't know. I can't speak for Greg, but I know it helped me. Oh, good. Putting the final touches to chapter 5. Maybe I'll get to read it soon. I've been waiting for that. I have to wait. I think Charlie's doing the Kindle Vella every 2 weeks. I have to wait every 2 weeks for another chapter to come out. And I like to read and just read. If I'm going to read, I like to read, not stop and have to wait. It drives me crazy. Yeah, the energy is great in here, I can tell. Melanie says, "Oh, I have some good news, but I'm going to wait till after the next sprint to share." Okay, that's cool. Love great news, good news, whatever. As long as it's not bad news. Enough bad news. Enjoy your dinner. I ate just before I started the stream, so I don't have to eat for a while, thankfully. My eyes are itching. Mm. Okay, so are we ready for another sprint? All right, Melanie. I'll see you soon. Enjoy it. Greg says to me, once done, will I send it to the proofreader first, or will I send it straight to you without the extra polish? You can send it to me. Whatever I see, I'll notate it like I always do, and then you have both people's set of eyes on it for something that may have gotten mixed. So you can send it to me without the extra polish. I can just make a note if I see something, and then you can send it to the proofreader too. And 2 sets of eyes are always better than one. I'm fine with that. Excuse me. I'm definitely fine with that. Just do it like you did before because yeah, I'm on fire today. Another sprint so soon. I'm feeling good today. I mean, like I said, yesterday I was still kind of in the dumps, but listening to Charlie always brings me out of it. Just send it to me with Google Docs, so I can make the notations if I see something. That's all. And then you'll have 2 sets of eyes on it. Yeah, I know. Another sprint so soon. Are you complaining? Usually you're asking me for one. So I'm going to set another timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. No. No, you're not ready? Well, I started it already. Why aren't you ready? What do you mean? No. No what? Oh, not complaining. Oh, okay. Confused me there for a minute. Okay. Let's get writing. Or whatever you want to do. You don't have to write. I'm gonna write. I'm gonna try to restart a story that I've been trying to restart and haven't gotten. I just can't get the right start. I'm gonna try it again. See what happens. I'm feeling better today. Maybe I can get somewhere with it. So I will see you all in 24 minutes. Well, hello, gibberish. Nice to see you. Nice long nap, huh? Fell asleep during class. Not a good thing. Hmm. Are you able to make up that class, or I don't know how that works? Do you get to watch them whenever you want, or do you have to watch them at a certain time? Do you get a schedule link? I don't know. I've never done anything like that. So, I did some more writing on that story. I think maybe this time I'm getting somewhere. So maybe this story might get rewritten. My school is far and I'm scared to get lost because there's literally like 45 minutes of walking and all you're doing is just turning. Next week I'm going to be myself, hopefully I don't get lost. Be by myself and hopefully I don't get lost. So you're taking the class that you had to go in for after all? Oh, you do have to watch it at a certain time. Oh, that does make it. I thought it was one of those things where you could just watch it whenever you're ready. So if you felt like doing it in the middle of the night, you could. But I guess that's out of the question. I hope you don't get lost. Hi, Melanie. I'm back. Ate dinner. Finished yesterday's episode of General Hospital. Put the leftovers away and threw a load of laundry in. Busy, 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 busy. I got that story is let me write today, so I don't know if it's what I want it for sure, but I'm working on it and not restarting it every few minutes because I hate it. So that's Melanie says it'll all come together for you, gibberish. Okay, so I said earlier that I've got good news. Here it is. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh, Gibberish says, yes, I'm taking in-person class so I convince my mom to work weekends because it's literally 27 for me to go to school, and that doesn't even include lunch money or anything. Wow, good job. Melanie's laughing. Greg says, watching stream only with one eye, cooking. Oh, we're cooking. Okay. I'm still waiting for this big surprise. Melanie says, I'm starting my leave of absence next week. My group therapy starts on Wednesday. I'm hoping Monday will be my last day working, and then Tuesday have it as a me day to mentally prepare for sharing. Great. Next week. Cool. That's wonderful. Good job. I'm glad it's all falling into place. There's Jenna. She's home. And hi. Hi, Chandra. Nice to see you. Melanie says, thanks for your support, Tessa, and everyone. You know you've got it. Whatever you need. You've been there for me too, so it's been good. Nice to see you, Chandra. We had a raid earlier, so we have quite a few people from Twitch come over. Laura says, any ideas for what type of scary creature I should write about next for a middle grade horror? Oh gosh, we did that poll the other day, and I'm trying to think of what was on there. I remember gargoyles. You know, when I was younger, I loved gargoyles. There was a gargoyle movie, and my dad and I used to watch it together all the time. Um, so gargoyles were neat. You already did the plant, carnivorous plant, from what I understand. Yeah, my first thought was gargoyle. Headless ghost child might be too close to the kids. Maybe not, because they're going to be kids, right? Middle grade kids. That's kids, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not sure about the headless ghost child, but I do like gargoyles. I always loved them when I was a kid. I was a little kid when I loved the gargoyles. My dad always let me stay up late at night because it was always a late night movie, and I used to watch it with him. Griffins. I'm not exactly sure what griffins are. I've heard the term, but I'm not sure what they are. I think gargoyles would be interesting. That's not common. And Chandra says I do like gargoyles. Yeah, I love that movie. Funky's here. Yeah, we're in a great mood today. Uh, is that Chimera or because I know Jules is writing something called Chimera, and I don't know if that's Chimera or Shimmer. I don't name it Nina. Yeah, Funky's here. Yeah, we're better this evening. All of us. Well, we had a pep talk by Charlie yesterday. So we're doing much better. Mm, Jenna says she's good. Laura says Nina. Funky says to Melanie, Funky fresh for the 90s. Hey, Funky. Jenna writes. And Melanie says, of course, said Funky. So yeah, Gert's here too. We're doing good today. He's cooking. He's actually cooking. Melanie says groove is in the heart. You and your music. Laura says gargoyles it is. Gotta figure out how to make them creepy and scary. The ones I saw were pretty creepy and scary in that movie. I mean, obviously they were alive, not the ones on the building. Melanie says, haha, I think Laura caught my pop culture reference with mentioning Nina. I, yeah, went right over my head. I'm not sure what that is. But, Funky says to Jenna, bows and doffs hat. Oh boy. Such manners, yeah. Melanie says, red glowing eyes, sharp teeth, lots of snarling and drooling. Oh yeah. Zara says Roy is named after Roy Mustang from that show. Monkey says, right with Melanie Groove is in the heart. I'm no good at repeating your stuff. Melanie says, yes, she got the vibrato. Ha ha. Thank you, Funky. And Melanie says, oh, I love it, Laura. Definitely. Wish I could think of what that movie was about. I just know it had gargoyles in it, and my dad and I used to watch it whenever it was on TV. We didn't have cable like we had now. I was a little kid, so we barely had color TV, let alone cable TV. So the Gargoyle movie was our tradition. Whenever it was on, I stayed up all night with him and we watched it. Melanie says I'm not big with anime, but I love Full Metal Alchemist. Not sure what that is. Don't follow anime. Funky says to Jenna, it's Bridgerton's fault. And it says, yes, you're watching that. Sometimes I feel so left out because you guys are all talking about things I have no clue. Being so much older, a lot of it doesn't mean much to me. Tessa's Full Metal Alchemist is the anime Laura and I were referencing. See, I know what anime is. Don't watch it. I don't care for it. It's comics to me, and I'm not an animated or comic book person. Funky says to Jenna, pulls waistcoat tighter, puts out arm. Shall we promenade the room? Well, there's one thing you say. When Funky arrives, the room just peps right up. Oh, so see, Chandra's not into anime either. I don't feel so bad. I was beginning to think I was the oddball out on everything. Melanie sits at the back of the ballroom, eats popcorn while watching Funky and Jen. As he bows to her and takes her arm. I'm glad I'm not the only one not into anime. I never, I don't know. I didn't like cartoons as a kid either. Chandra says my brother tries to get me into it, but it's just not my style. Jenna says I don't watch it, Tessa. Jenna says I'm right there with you. Okay. I feel a little better. I was beginning to feel like I was the only oddball out there. Because Melanie and Funky get to go on with all the music and stuff. And I was like, I just feel left out a lot of times because I'm so much older, and most of this stuff is, something I know nothing about. So how about anybody else? I did some more writing on that one story, so that was good. Funky says, to be serious for a moment, Bridgerton has its tropes, but man, there are some stellar writing moments. I don't know. Never heard of it. Right with Melanie says, you're definitely not Tessa. While I do watch some anime, I'm not like obsessed with it like my college roommates were, or even like my husband. Melanie says, that's what I've heard about Bridgerton. That might be another show I binged during my time off work. Chandra says, I really enjoyed Bridgerton. There's something else I just don't. It's period romance on Netflix. I have Netflix, but I haven't looked at it in ages, and I don't really get into all that kind of stuff. I'm more like Grey's Anatomy and NCIS, that kind of stuff. It's a book series, too. Kind of wish it was still like that, Jenna says. What period? Long time ago where they actually bowed and wore waistcoats and stuff like you're talking about. Chandler says I'm rewatching Grey's right now. See, started watching it because I didn't watch it, and then I started watching it, and I got through a whole section, and then they took it off. And I'm like, how am I supposed to finish it? Then when they put it back on, briefly, I started to watch it, but I couldn't find where I left off. Then they took it off again. I'm like, so if I ever watch it again, I'd probably have to start over because I have no idea what was going on at the end of Grace. I mean, I got to the point where she loses, Mick, whatever his name was, the husband, the guy, McDreamy. And then after that, I don't know what happened to it. I watched season after season. I binged it of Grey's Anatomy, and then it disappeared on me before I got finished. Uh-oh. Getting ahead of me. Melanie says, I don't think I'm going to be writing or editing. Don't have the focus for it. But I'm in the process of updating, preparing my planners for September. Funky says to Jenna, me too, but Bram Stoker's Dracula. Melanie says, I've never seen a single complete episode of Grey's Anatomy. I really, really got into the show, and I was really mad when they took it off for a while, and then couldn't remember where I was, and I really got upset after the whole McDreamy thing. That really kind of took away some of the show because it really messed me up. I didn't like it. Funky says, quote, it is based on Julia Quinn's novels set in the competitive world of Regency-era London's time during the season when debutantes are presented at court. That's where I got to, and same. That's why I started it over. That's what I said. I'm probably going to have to start over if it's back on again because that happened, and really it messed me up because I wasn't expecting it. Just was not expecting that. Melanie says, Julia Quinn, gosh, her books were insanely popular when I was working Walden Books some 13-ish years ago. The Regency romance, I don't really get into that. It's more, and the Victorian, and I don't get into all that romance. I like plain old contemporary romance. The cool thing about it is they add some modern touches and break historical context. Melanie says, how fun, I'll definitely check it out. Funky says, an orchestral pieces, play, modern songs, stuff like that. Jenna says, I like when they do that, Funky. I should watch an episode. Melanie says, I know I will for sure. Funky says to Jenna, the episode, keeps jumping. The end of episode 1 is an enticing hook. Greg is back with coffee and a meal. You missed all the, probably wouldn't have been interested anyhow, but you missed a whole bunch of stuff. Chandra says, the way this show is done, you might really enjoy it. I think the modern music and touches help a lot. Even my brother watched it, Chandra says. Oh, wow. Melanie says, yay. Way to go, Greg. Proud of you for cooking even when you didn't want to. I understand that struggle. Yeah, because he said, do I cook or pour water? I said, pour water. Greg says, did I really need that many onions in this? Yes. Wow. Melanie says, actually, I'm going to go get myself a soda since we're probably going to sprint again soon. Set us up. Have funky. Coffee. I just got a big can of cherry Coke for the next few hours. Oh, wow. I'd love to have some cherry Coke right now. I got water with ice. Whoopee. Spilled it down the front of myself. Jenna says, what's the movie that takes place back when, but the music is modern? Funky's not sure. Funky says, Peaky Blinders does it to great effect. Jenna said it had Heath Ledger in it. Melanie says, I'm back with my Pepsi and potato chips. Funky says, oh yeah, the night something. And Melanie says, and someone in the nearby neighborhood is shooting off fireworks? Okay. They do that around here sometimes, and I'm right by the police station. And they're illegal, but people shoot them off all the time. Greg says, I buy into Charlie's philosophy that self-care is productivity for writers. I'm being very productive right now. I'm good. I'm glad that you listen to what he said and are taking it to heart, because they're pretty smart. And I think they turned both of us around last night, so that was pretty good. I loved that movie, but I loved Heath too. Melanie says, oh, First Night. Funky says, The Knight's Tale. Janice says, yes, Funky. Melanie says, that's it. Melanie says, First Night is something else. You guys are typing 100 miles an hour. Okay, let's do another sprint. I gotta figure out what to do. So let me set the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I will see you. Heath was gorgeous in 10 Things I Hate About You. The long hair. We're obsessed with that movie. Heath Ledger, see the one that died? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Funky said, discovered him in that, really liked him in The Patriot, but Dark Knight shot him to the top for me. Dark Knight. Isn't that the one where he died? Or around that time? No, a little bit. Funky said, but I'm a Batman fan, so. Yeah, I didn't see Dark Knight, but he did good in that role. Melanie says, I can typically separate the character from the actor, but in Dark Knight, Heath was not present. It was all Joker. Yeah, he died after that role. Okay, so I know which guy you're talking about. All right. I'm going to go writing. You guys can talk your movies or whatever. Get back to writing. Hello. Well, I just did some research into rats for my story, and I'm not sure it's going to work after I just did all that work. That figures. Alright. So I just spent that whole time writing the story and doing research and finding that maybe the story's not going to work after all. Melanie said time for planning mode. See you all in 23 minutes. Laura said, hey. To Chandra, can I bug you about tarot? Chandra says, sure. And Chandra said, on Discord. They may have moved to Discord, I'm not sure. Funky says, got some decent editing done. Well, that's good. Good, good, good. I was like editing and rewriting a short story for Barrett Laurie, but now it's not going to work. So after researching, it's not really going to work. But I wrote. I was doing writing, and Jenna says I actually wrote. Congratulations! Yay! I must feel wonderful. I know it was probably hard starting out, but getting started is it's great. Now hopefully you can just write a little each day if you're not ready to dive right back into it full time. That's good. I gotta change plans on that one. That's not gonna work. Melanie says I finished setting up the payments that are due throughout the month in my planner and got distracted by trailers on YouTube. Yeah, who does that, right? Greg says I spent the sprint eating and chilling. Did you say research about rats? Didn't think you would like the furry friends. I don't. I was looking to do something not very nice with them. But everything I just read about them is contrary to what I believed about them. So I'm not sure it's going to work in my story after all. And this is two stories because I had two different stories based on this one premise. And now I'm not sure it's going to work. So, but I don't like them. Believe me, I don't like them. Greg says, well done to Jenna. Jenna says, I'm back to it. The bills don't pay themselves. Yeah, that's true. Melanie says, so proud of you, Jen. Jen says, I am not counting words as of yet. This is enough. Hey, yeah, exactly what Melanie says. Baby steps. Counting words can sometimes make things more difficult. Just knowing that you put words down on a paper, that's progress. Great. Jenna says, I have to write 4 samples for a client by tomorrow, too. Different things. No pressure whatsoever. Wow. Greg says, did you see the Dune trailer to Melanie? It looks amazing. I don't know about Melanie, but it does nothing for me. My ex took us to see Dune and the original, and I'm like, it's not my thing. But half of what he wanted to watch was not my thing. But he didn't care whether it was my thing or not. He just drug me along. Melanie says, yeah, I saw it when it first came out, and then the extended trailer. Funky says to Jenna, I don't know what that is. Is that? Oh, it looks like somebody dancing. Cool. As a big fan of the books and a big fan of the director, I am so hyped. Cool. Hi, Jules. How are you? Hello, I hope you are having a good evening. We're doing pretty good so far. Some of us that were having trouble writing got a little bit written today, so that's good. That's a good thing. How was your day? Yeah, it's the dawdler. Now she dawdles at a job. Is that still dawdling? Mm. Jules says I managed to get several big things checked off my to-do list today, so I'm excited. Good job. That's always a plus. Always a plus. Jenna says hi to Jules. Greg says the Dune from 1984 is rubbish and doesn't respect the book. You should give the book a chance, Tessa. Having said that, it's not an easy read. I'm not interested. But thanks. I thought it was rubbish too. But my ex-husband was into that kind of stuff, so we didn't watch what I wanted to watch. We only watched what he was interested in. He says, amen to that, Greg. Uh, I mean, there are plenty of books I could read if I felt like reading. That wouldn't be one of them. Not even remotely. Not even a cold day in hell. Just not interested in that kind of stuff. Funky says, although there is some delight in watching it because it is so 80s. Darling Writer said, I remember watching the original Dune, and the biggest thing that stood out to me as a kid was the hats. The costume designer must have spent a huge amount on hats. I saw it, and it was a long time ago, and my memory's going, so unfortunately, I couldn't tell you much about the movie, but I know it didn't do anything for me. It was just another one of the movies I got drug along on. Oh, the never ending story. I don't know how many times I saw that now. Um, that I did watch many times. I'm here, guys. I'm just reading. I need to distress myself from. It was gibberish to say. Myself from school. Jenna says, love Mel. Funky says, has anyone seen Kingdom on Netflix? Best hats ever. Do you care about hats? Oh my gosh. Right with Melanie. We got you, gibberish. Melanie says to Jana, it's my all-time favorite. The never-ending story. Because that was a cute movie. Yeah. It was kind of sad. Dune doesn't have aliens, unlike that weird thing at the start of the movie. That was a pretty weird movie. Never in the story, yeah, that was sad. Yep, I think that's what developed my obsession with books and stories. Janice says, I love reading when it's raining out. It depends on, because, like, we lived in a trailer and rain pounding on the tin roof or whatever it is the roof's made out of, that was an annoying sound. You know, just hearing rain pattering on something else isn't bad, but I always hated it on top of the trailer we lived in. Melanie says, oh my God, Jules, I still cry with that scene involving Artax. right with Melanie. Spoiler alert, the horse talks in the book. Funky says to Greg, do you like board games? There's a really good new Dune game out. Board games. We used to play board games as a kid, but it's funny. I didn't realize that board games are still really around. And we had a store in town that was devoted to board games. I'm like, really? How interesting. Funky says to Jenna, same. Melanie says, oh, Funky. Melanie says, have you seen the Star Wars Visions trailer yet? Geeks out. Star Wars was another one I had to watch because of my ex-husband. So I don't really get into that stuff myself. I was drugged to all that stuff by my ex-husband. He couldn't go by himself. I had to go with him. Didn't care whether I wanted to or not. So Greg says to Funky, I'm not into board games. I have no one to play with. I play chess online sometimes. My dad taught us all how to play chess when we were kids. Funky says, yeah, modern games are a lot better than the old ones. Jules says there's a board game cafe bar in town. I've been to one. Nana, Ryan, and Mo meet up there. Yeah, I was surprised to see this store of board games, and a lot of them were the old stuff too. Funky says to Greg, you can play it solo. Interesting. We used to play board games as a kid. It was a cheap, inexpensive way to keep us occupied because we didn't have any money, so we played games, board games. Greg says to Tessa, you weren't going to read sci-fi, but you are reading my book. Sci-fi doesn't need to be spaceships. Very little of Dune happens in space. I don't even know what it's about, and my ex-husband ruined everything for me. So at this point, I can't bring myself to have anything to do with Dune because it just brings back memories of somebody I don't want to remember. I would like to forget. So he ruined a lot of things for me. But yes, I am reading your book, and I'm having a good time with it. Funky says to Greg, losing cause. Greg, when it comes to the ex-husband, nothing to do with it. He ruined a lot of shit for me in my life. Yes, exactly. If my ex had read your book, you'd be shit out of luck. He didn't read. Unless it was a Playboy or something like that. Those he read. If you can call that reading. Yeah, I know. There's articles in there you can read. I'm pretty sure he was not reading the articles. Because he doesn't read. Mm, yeah, for the articles. Exactly. You know how many times I've heard that? I'm only reading it for the articles. Oh shit, sure you are. Rex says, note to self. When on Tessa stream, don't mention plotting. Don't mention Dune. And don't talk about coffee. And especially do not talk about the ex. That's the worst one out of all of those things. Right with Melanie says, all right, y'all, I'm going to take off early tonight. I got to tend to the laundry and then I want to go to bed soonish. Happy ready. Thanks for stopping by, Melanie, and I'm glad to hear your good news. Good luck. Funky says, night, Melanie. Jenna says, good night, Mel. Funky says, also non-black. Oh, yeah, non-black jelly beans. They have to be black jelly beans. It's amazing what people know about me. Mm. Mm. Trex's pie to Melanie also. I love black licorice. Mm. I know a lot of people hate it, but I love black licorice. So my story's not going to write because of the research I did on rats. So I'm not sure there's any sense of continuing with that. So I have to go look for something else. Monkey says, I'm going to send you a jar with no black jelly beans as a gift. That way it shows I care, but you won't ingest any sugar. That way it shows I care, but you won't ingest any sugar. Gee, thanks. I hate when people say, I'm only doing it for your own good. You can add that to your list of things I hate. I'm only doing it for your own good. I'm tired of hearing that one too. I'm not going to be responsible for your blood sugar shooting up. uh, Speaking of blood sugar, I don't remember if I took. No, I didn't take enough. I didn't take enough insulin. I was afraid of that. I go through periods where I need more, and I don't understand why. Oh, great. I'm gonna have to change this soon too. All right. Sometimes this will beep and I won't hear it. So if you guys hear something beeping, always let me know because I don't always hear the beeps. I wonder. I don't know how much. I'm guessing here. I wonder who that is. All right. I just gave myself more insulin. I was afraid it wasn't enough. I don't know. I go through periods where it goes one way and then it goes the other way. Oh my god. Crap. Crap, 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 crap. My dad's nursing facility, that wasn't them, but before that, It just reminded me. They've got COVID going through there again, unfortunately. So no visiting. They were just getting ready a few weeks ago to start visiting hours again. And then it started again. And then we just got the notice that, they were getting ready to start again and somebody got it again. And now we got residents with it. So it's spreading through the darn nursing home again. And these are people that have had it and have had their COVID shot, vaccines. So it just goes to show we're not necessarily safe, unfortunately. And now they want us to get a booster shot for the vaccine. Lovely. So, and they made sure to specify. Well, I mean, I already knew it because they said it before, but yeah, it they made sure to tell us that this person has already had it and has had their vaccination and still got it. So Funky says this Delta causes me to miss the new Dune in the theater. I am going to be pissed. Oh yeah. They shut them. You mean they shut the theaters down? Not to mention getting it, but shutting the theaters down again. You sound like Greg. Greg's really into Dune too. Hmm. It was supposed to come out last Christmas. Ah, sorry about that. Jenna says, and there's another song in my head, Funky. What song, Jen? What song's in your head now? Funky says, I gave you my heart. Greg says it funky. I don't mind. There are worse problems. I am so glad I will be able to see it. Bar any disaster. Yeah, well, that disaster's still out there. Funky says, but the very next day, first it was Melanie and Funky singing. Now I got Jen and Funky singing. Jules says, my brother's family all caught it because of the local elementary school's open house. My brother was the only one that had to go to the hospital. Thankfully, he's on the mend. Well, I'm glad to hear he's okay. I'm sorry your brother's family got it. My dad's had it, but he was asymptomatic, so he wasn't in a bad condition at all. But now it's going back through again, and people are getting it again. So who knows if he gets it again, if he'll be as lucky as the first time. But I'm glad that he's fine, even though he had to go to the hospital. Jen says you gave it away. Funky says, oh no to Jules. Funky says to Greg, it's true, but I can still be pissed. Jenna says it's a Christmas song. Funky said, Tessa, the song started back at last Christmas. I'm lost. Don't mind me. Dawdling Writer said, my brother was the only adult who didn't get a vax, but my sister-in-law, my mom, who was babysitting, had both been vaccinated and still caught it. Yeah, well, that's what I said. We just got the notice from my dad, and they said that the person had been vaccinated and had it already. So, just as a warning to us that, a relative could be, you know, could catch it because that's what's happening. And I already knew that because they already said that the people that were getting sick had been vaccinated and had it. So I knew that that was a possibility. So yeah, Jenna says I didn't go to the open house thing at school this year, partially due to that. Jules says it just goes to show the Delta version is so much more infectious. And we're out here running around without masks. Funky says, yeah, I've been reading some interesting studies. The vax doesn't keep you from getting it. It defends against a really bad infection. Yeah, that's what the nurse told me as she's giving it to me. She goes, this isn't going to stop you from getting it, but it should help keep you from going to the hospital. I'm like, okay, I guess that's a good thing. At least if I don't have to go to the hospital, it's better than, yeah, it's a good job against hospitalization. But now they're saying we have to get the booster. And we'll probably have to get boosters the rest of our lives. Just, but this thing's not going to ever go away if nothing stops it. I know it's things are getting bad. I'm getting my hair done tomorrow, so hopefully nothing will happen there. I try to stay away, except for the doctor's offices I have to go to. I try to stay away. Darlene Ryder says, yeah, all the counties around us are already in the process of shifting to virtual school. My county is still pretending like everything is fine. Yeah, that's what my daughter said. We're in Jersey, and she said that she works in the school, and they're still planning on opening school for now, but that could change at any time. Yeah, like you said, for now. Funky said the majority of hospitalizations, around 98 something percent, have not had the vaccine. Well, I got it. I didn't know if I really. See, I don't really believe in vaccinations. So it was hard for me to make the decision, and I went ahead and I got the flu vaccine and I got the pneumonia vaccine. I got all of it, but I don't normally. I don't believe really in vaccinations. I've seen too many things happen with them, and so I didn't. I mean, I never had the flu, and now we got this thing, and this thing's a lot more worse. As my daughter keeps telling me, Mom, people die with the flu. So it's it's a hard decision, but I decided to go ahead and get them. Both of my daughters live in Jersey. My son is in North Carolina, and I have no idea if he got the vaccine. My one daughter did. Their whole family got it, including the kids. And my other daughter says, I'm not doing it. And she's a nurse. And she's refusing to get it done. But her kids are deciding, at least the oldest one did. I don't know if the middle one, because he's a teenager. You know how teenagers are. But the 23-year-old, he went and got the vaccine. But my daughter says she's not. I don't know if she's changing her mind or not. I mean, she works in a medical place, and there's supposedly all of them were going to require it. And then she says, oh, no, they're not requiring it, so I'm not getting it. But you better go get it. So I did get it. I asked my kids what they thought, and they said because I'm so susceptible to things that I really need to to get it. So I did get it. Jules says, we've been open for 2.5 weeks in person. There are at least 2 to 3 students in every class who are quarantined at home, and 2 to 3 more still in the classroom that are coughing all the time. Wow. Greg says, never had the flu? No, I never had the flu. And I never had a flu shot till now. I let them give me the flu shot and the pneumonia shot and the vaccination for the virus. And I guess I'll be getting a booster shot when that comes out too. Yeah, school is a mess right now. My daughter works there, so between in and out, the kids were on partial, so many days in, so many days off. Never, it's and of course not the same, and they're in different schools anyhow because of ages. They're not that close together in age, so they're in different schools anyhow. And she works for the school, so she says right now they're planning on going back. We don't start to the first Monday after Labor Day is usually when they go back. But lately it's been a little bit later than that. But we don't go back to September. So our kids aren't in school yet, and they still have time to say we're not going back. So they were in and out last year, in and out, in and out. I love the emails of how many people tested positive for COVID every couple of days. Yeah, I get them from the darn nursing home constantly. I don't know about the school because I don't have kids in school, but I get the nursing home from my dad. Funky says, yeah, my son does not do good virtually. Well, that's the problem. My granddaughter is very good in school. She's in, all the high classes. She's great. My daughter says, but she has to be there for her son because he doesn't do well. He needs someone to help him. So she has to take care of helping him. Whereas my granddaughter can do everything herself. She doesn't need help, which is a good thing because she's in high school now. And my daughter's not quite, schooled in those classes that my granddaughter's taking. So it's a good thing she can do them herself. Yeah, my grandson's not doing good at all in virtual. So the school does the same thing. They send you the emails because I get them. I just got another one from my dad. That's how I found out that they have another sick person, and it's a resident this time. And they had it before, and they had the vaccination, and so yeah, he really needs to be in class. I understand that, Funky. That's why my daughter worries about my grandson, her son, because he needs a teacher. So she's had to become a teacher and help him when the teacher's not there to help. Jenna says, my kid rocked virtual, but she's also unsocial like me. She's also social, unlike me. Got it. Yeah. So I don't know. Right now, they're still planning on going to school. That they have time to change that. Jules says our county shifted from a weekly reporting of numbers to an hourly updated webpage. Oh no. That says it all right there, doesn't it? It sure does. Wow. You're in North Carolina. That's where my son is. He's in North Carolina. He's in Charlotte. I worry about him because I don't think he's afraid of needles, so I'm pretty sure he probably didn't get the vaccine. As far as I know, she's in North Carolina. Oh, I'm. Oh, Funky's in South Carolina. Okay, you're close to my son too. Oh, I'm really wrong. I thought you were in North Carolina. Jules says she's in Georgia. Oh, boy, I got that. I could have sworn you were in North Carolina. Who am I? Oh, Abigail, I think was in North Carolina. I don't remember. Abigail hasn't been around. Um, but he's seeing somebody in South Carolina on the border down there by Charlotte. So I don't know where Greenville, South Carolina is, but he's down in Charlotte, North Carolina. Somebody else I know is in North Carolina, but I can't think of who it is at the moment. But for some reason, I thought it was Jules. Sorry about that. I got you confused. Excuse me. Jenna says, I'm so far from everyone. Yeah, you're clear across the country, girl. Punky says it's about an hour and a half south of Charlotte. Okay, well, you're still pretty good distance from him then. Hour and a half. Laura said, been brainstorming about this gargoyle story. I think the kid who moves into the cursed house will start turning into one by the end. I like that idea. That's cool. Slowly, bits of them starting to turn into stone, or is it going to be a live gargoyle? Is he going to turn into a stone one or a live one? Funky says Jenna weighs from Southern California. Yeah, she weighs from the other coast. Jules says there are so many states in pretty quick driving distance here in the south that it's all just the same neighborhood. uh, Greg says, you in California at Jenna? Laura says, exactly, turning the stone, but animated stone. Ah, I like that. Yeah, cool. Sounds like a fun story. Jenna says, I sure am, Greg. It's all early out here. It's all early out here for me. So, like, when I start, she's still coming home from work. When I used to start later or run later, she'd come in later. But now that I cut down my hours, I don't have as she's not able to stay around, and that's why on Saturdays I try to make it later so that maybe you have time to come on Saturdays. Because on the weekends I can stay up late because I don't have to worry about getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's been over a year since I've seen my son. He came out right as they were shutting down our state, and he stayed for a little while, and then he went back to North Carolina. So I haven't seen him since then. It was a cartoon too. I used to love the movie. My dad and I used to sit up late at night and watch the movie. And I know they made it in cartoon form. I don't like cartoons anyhow, so it wouldn't have interested me. But the movie, and of course, I always remember the gargoyles on the top of the building in Ghostbusters. Where they come to life. So yeah, sounds like a great story, Laura. I like it. You're welcome. Funky Sister Greg add cartoons to us. You guys keeping a list of me and all my dislikes? Could be a long one by the time you're done. Um, Dripping water everywhere. Are you getting along with your son a lot better than he who shall not be named? Yes, my son and I get along very well, and my son comes to me, whereas he won't go to the one who shall not be named. They talk, but they're not close. Lars says, time for bed, I think. Got to sleep on these ideas. Have a great night, all you wonderful folks. Thank you, Laura. Have a good night yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Ow. Almost slipped off my chair. Trying to shift. That would have been good. I would have smacked my chin on the table and then I would have cracked my back on the chair. Yeah, it would have been good. Oh, Greg, Greg says, debunk you. Pretty soon I will have a shorter list of things I can talk about. I always say that when the doctor says what's wrong. I said, ask me what's not wrong. It's a shorter list. Ah, Crazy Mike was here earlier talking about his crazy stuff again. But he bought me a container full of cantaloupes. So can't argue. So I think he says he's making uh, shrimp dinner again this weekend for Sunday as well. So Punky says, "Oh snap!" Jenna says, "I am surprised they talk." Tessa, why? Punky says the plot thickens. Nothing's changed. He's always cooked. He's a great cook. He's crazy, but he can cook. Mm-hmm. Funky says, "Oh." Peel my shrimp too. He peels the shrimp. He cooks the shrimp. He makes the dinner. I just eat it. That's all I gotta do. I don't even have to entertain him. He just drops it off at my door and goes. Jeff says, "Should I take notes?" Very boring. Really, it's very boring. You'd have to make something else up for it to be interesting. It's definitely boring. He wasn't talking to me for a while though. He was mad at me because I told him I'm not taking him to the store because he uses me for things. So as long as I can get stuff back that I feel is close, then we're okay. When he starts pulling the I want this, this, and this, and I'm not giving anything in return, then no. I know he's using me. I know all about that. Shrimperton, shrimpening. Oh man. But the man can cook. He's just a little crazy. A lot crazy. So he already told me before he said, I'm going to make the shrimp dinner. He already told me how he needs copies made this weekend. So, of course, he has to offer something because I told him ink's expensive. So, he'll make me a shrimp dinner. I guess that's fine. Peel my prawn. Oh my God, it's getting worse. Oh no. And no, we're not in any way, shape or form romantically related. No way. Not in a million years. I don't know what people around here think, but not in a million years. How does he cook the shrimp? In probably olive oil and spices. I don't really fried and prawn juice. Oh my God, it's getting worse. He doesn't fry it with breading, but he cooks it. I'm pretty sure in olive oil, and it's got spices on it. And then we usually have a baked potato and either beets, asparagus, corn. I think we're having corn this time. Corn on the cob. Shrimp and sensibility. Oh my God. Shrimp and sensibility sounds better than fried and prawn juice. That's for sure. Greg says so funky. I thought my puns were bad. I don't know if you were here, Greg, the last time we went through one of these sessions. That was when he had decided not to speak to me and went off in a huff. I'm like, fine, good, leave me alone. He won't bother me for anything if not speaking to me. So I let it go for weeks before I saw him outside and said hello, and he was back to talking to me. You were spared last time. You're lucky. Hmm, you were lucky. We have 50 minutes left, and they keep on coming. He says, come on, Tess, I need more material. Like what? What do you want? I don't know what you're looking for. Okay, fine. A sprint if you must. Maybe you'll think of something in that sprint. Let me set the timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Greg. We're sprinting now. And you didn't even ask for one. Look at that. Funky says I was spared the chat more groans. That's a nice thing. That's a nice thing to do for people. Yes, spare them more grace. I will be back. You're too late, Greg. I already started it. Hmm. I'm off to my drone music. Okay. I'll see you in 24 minutes. All right. So I counted my words. I got 282 words, plus I worked on the reformatting of my memoir. Um, I didn't reread Melanie's notes on it, but I need. I know the area I'm in right now. I need to definitely rewrite, and so I started working on that because I don't think the other story is going to work out after my research on rats. What I was planning isn't isn't working, so I think I'll just leave that one alone and work on this one. And like I said, 282 words. That's not bad. Plus the reformatting. So what did you guys do? Jules colored for relaxation. That's print. That's good. I got a bunch of stuff for coloring, but it's it's adult coloring stuff, and I'm like thinking to myself, I'd really rather color. Wish I had some kid coloring books. I think I'd rather color that than the stuff that they have set out as adult coloring stuff. I got one of the biggest boxes of crayons I've ever seen in my life. I started out one picture using gel pens, but those gel pens run out fast. And then I bought some other ones and they were cheaper, and half of them don't work. And if they do, they only work for a little bit of writing and then you're done. So coloring of gel pens isn't worth it. It's more for using crayons or colored pencils or something like that. The gel pens just didn't work. I'm using them around the house for writing, different things. They just don't last long, and they're cheap pens. They're not, they don't color in nice or anything. Yeah, that's what I have to do is look for, because I got their gel pens, and that's the ones I'm trying to use, and they suck. But as far as coloring books and kids coloring books, because I think I'm more interested. I don't like that really tight, stuff that they have for adults. I would like something a little bit bigger to color, animals or something like that. One of these days, I probably should stop by the store again. Because that's probably one of the few things I'll take with me when I move is the coloring. Not that I've done it very much, but I'll probably take that with me. I just got in a good flow that time, which is typically the case after the first one. Good job. So I'm actually rewriting the memoir, but I'm putting in what really happened, not the fairy tale those things happen, but I made them sound like, everything was perfect and wonderful, and it wasn't perfect and wonderful. I got my kids from that marriage, but that's about all I got out of that marriage. Couldn't stand the guy I married, but I got great kids out of it, so not too worried about that part. The only good part of it was my kids. The less I have to deal with him, the better I am. So How'd you do, Greg? Are you done chapter 5 yet? Damn, it's almost 11 already. Jeez. The other night, I didn't think it was ever going to end. It was terrible. We were having such a terrible night. And then tonight, it's turning out great. And it's going too fast. And I have to get up at 6 tomorrow, so. I haven't heard from Jenna either. I wonder if her daughter wanted to go to bed. Oh, there she is. Any more puns, Hunky? Hunky says, I'm really curious how Greg is doing the transition of language. I'm not really sure. According to his webpage description. Like some of the things I can figure out, but it's not really easy. Greg says 462 words, cool. Filled a few gaps, nearly done with the chapter. Will happen today or tomorrow. I would need another day to go over it all again. Okay. Yeah, I read it once when I first started reading this book. I've already read the first 4 chapters. Now I'm waiting for him to finish 5 so I can read that. Greg says, Funky, if you want to read it, he can send you the first 4 chapters. He sent me the first 3, and I'm reading, and they're long chapters, so it took a long time. So now it's giving me each chapter should get done a lot easier than 3 of those long chapters at one time. So are you transitioning from English to some made-up language or a real language? Funky says if I had time, I definitely would wear. It says it is constructed language. I call it the chief language in the book, but it is really Esperanto. So did you do more writing, Jen, or did you just do the little bit earlier? I know it's something you got to ease yourself back into since you haven't written for a while. Like he says, it's got to be a fascinating and difficult exercise. Greg says to Funky, short answer to your question, there are masters who rule the city-state with absolute power. They teach Como, the main character, the language, and then use it to talk to. Greg says, that's why it's taking me so long, Funky. Uh-huh. Good. Jen did. Great. So will it be fully written in that language by the end? I think that's kind of what he was planning on. And I was really a little concerned because I really didn't want to learn another language. Learning languages is hard at this point in my life. Jenna says probably a few hundred words a stream. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. Well, she wrote around 1,200 at work. Well, you had a great day today. Yes, the last page will be fully in that language. He says, oh, got you. Interesting. uh, yeah, I was a little concerned about that part. I don't know how well that's going to go, trying to figure out the last page if it's written in this language. Because I'm not sure how much of it I'm actually picking up as we're going along with the story. Funky says, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Funky says to Jenna, damn. Jules says, I'm heading to bed. Thanks for the company. You're very welcome. Thanks for coming. Bye. It's almost over anyhow. I'm going to end at 11. Jenna said, and that was a totally new kind of story for me, Funky. Funky says, I love books with crazy ideas and constructions like that. Jenna says, I have to write 4 samples for a former client of 4 different genres. Oh, wow. 4 different genres. Funky says goodnight to Jules. 4 samples for different genres. Did they tell you which 4 genres, or are you allowed to pick any 4 you want? Genesis, good night to Jules. Urban fantasy, romance, cozy mystery, and mystery thriller. Oh, wow. So that's why you're writing urban fantasy earlier. I don't know how do you write little samples of some of that stuff. Well, maybe you'll find you like something else, and you can find something different to write along with the romance. At least you got that one down. You know how to write romance. It's the other three you gotta work on. According to this, I have 9 people on Twitch, but I don't think that's right. Laura left. I haven't seen anybody else. Maybe they're all just all on in the background. Funky says my favorites of the odd and daring are Cloud Atlas, Nomen, and S. Still want to get House of Leaves too. I'll snap, Jenna. You're leaning toward my neighborhood now. That's a lot of fun, Tessa. Fae and vampires. Jenna says, well, the client wants to have them to A, see how I write, and B, to have them ready for the client so they can pick a writer. Wow. Well, I hope you get your chance at all those different styles and have fun writing them. How long do they have to be? They're 1K to 2K words per sample. Hmm. Yeah, good luck. Some of them are things that are hard to just dive into if you don't have a lot of experience at them. You have to figure out what they are first. Have fun. uh, you may be able to spread out your portfolio a little bit more, not just do romance, which could be fun. And it says, I don't think I could ghostwrite like that. What if one of them becomes a big hit? Is your name even on the book? Nope. That's the bad part about ghostwriting. Ow. That's the bad part. You do all that work, they get all the glory. She just picks picks clients that pay very well because that's the only thing she's going to get out of it. She's not going to get her name out of it. Not that you couldn't write your own on your own time in those different genres. That's the one thing I would hate though, is to write something and have somebody else claim it as theirs. Especially if it became a big bestseller and you knew you write it, but you can't say a thing about it. I am also going to be writing my own books along the way to publish as well. And Funky says, "Hell, the Vampire Diaries author got fired from her own series." Jenna says, "And they'll keep me employed and many pay bonuses and stuff." Really, Funky? Hmm. Yeah, and they had ghostwriters continue it. Wow. We were talking about that the other day with Sue Grafton and the ghostwriters, and how she said absolutely no ghostwriters in the family said fine, and they're honoring her wishes, so there will be no last book. Her series will never be complete. Jenna says it's a business. Funky said fans still hissy. Jenna says I liked the show but never read the books. Funky says I believe my daughter said they were good. I've never read them or seen the show. Greg says to Jenna, "What if you approach a publisher and you sell yourself by saying, 'Hey, look, I have ghostwritten those,' or do you have to shut up about that?" Probably non-disclosure. Happy clients make long-term clients. Yeah, there's probably a non-disclosure in there, Jen. She's not allowed to let anybody know she wrote them. As far as anybody's concerned, that client wrote them, whoever they might be. Yeah, so I thought. I sign NDAs for everything, meaning I can't show it to anyone. I could say that I wrote X amount of novels, though. Hi, Heather. You just popped in at the last moment. Yeah, that'd be good to be able to put on a query letter. HDP. I watch the same shows as your daughter, who is a teen, I assume. Jenna says, "Yes, Tessa." Not even sure what I said that you're replying to. Others said, "Oh, some editors have a non-disclosure agreement." She's a ghostwriter. She can't let anybody know if she wrote something. Non-disclosure. No one's allowed to know. Jenna says some are authors that are branching out off the coolest thing, but it is a paycheck. Hey, it works, right? And you get to do something you like to do, right? You just have to find time to write your own stuff in between. He said, yeah, that was during her Twilight vampire phase. mm, I had that phase as well as my daughter when she was around 4. uh, mm, that's what my best friend and I bonded over after we met. Ice cubes are melting away. Like I said, I had that phase as well, but I like my vampire scary. Greg says to Jenna, every writer has their style. Could a keen eye tell that author X really hired you? Well, I'll tell you, I was reading a series of books, and the book suddenly changed. And I'm thinking, this this was not written by the person who wrote the first few books. I don't know how many books were in the series. I said, I definitely know this is not written by the same person. I mean, not only did the writing change, they wrote in a different tense, they wrote in a different point of view. I mean, they just changed everything. And I'm like, somebody else is writing these books. They're not the same. And not as good either as the original author. So, yeah, sometimes it is hard to mimic somebody. So do I, Funky, but Edward was so dreamy. We had a stand up of him for her. No, I get it. My daughter tried to watch True Blood, but that didn't fly. I didn't. I read the True Blood that was the books it was based on, and they're completely different than what the show was. I went and watched the show, and I'm like, oh, I don't really like this. I like the story, the books, but I didn't like the show they made from it. She did used to scream Bill and Eric in stores, though. Yeah, the book is so different from the series. Believe me, big difference. Funky says, although I am pretty pumped for the interview with the vampire series they are putting together now. Jenna says the actress that played Pam posted something on Instagram with vampire Jessica, and they were in character. I was dead. Greg says to Jenna, are you even supposed to mimic, or do they just let you write in your style? Jenna says, oh, I haven't heard about that, Funky. Like I said, I found when I was reading the story that it definitely was written by somebody else. You could tell the difference. I don't know. I would think you're supposed to write like the person, so but yeah, they tell you to read book one of whatever and try to mimic it because they don't want you to know that somebody else wrote that. They want everybody to think they wrote it. So yeah, that's the whole idea of that. Yeah, the True Blood show was pretty graphic. The book was funny, and it wasn't as serious. And then I watched True Blood, and I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, these are the characters, but they're all way too serious, way too gory, way too everything. She used to hide on the stairs after bed and sneak a peek. Greg says, I watched Interview with a Vampire. I liked it. Don't know if I would read the book, though. Jenna says the book was fabulous. All of her books are. Heather says, I wonder if I could do some ghostwriting. I don't know. Jenna would have to give you the particulars on that. Funky says, I read the first book a few summers ago. I couldn't believe that was her first book. Pretty impressive. Jenna says, sure, Heather. If you can write, you can ghostwrite. Funky says, I couldn't believe that was her first book. She says, though, you have to be able to try and mimic the author you're ghostwriting for, because they don't want you to know it was written by somebody else. It was what? It made me never want to write again. It was so good. Heather says, I wish I'd come in earlier. I was working on a client project this evening. I was getting into the zone. Doctor says to Jenna, yeah, I couldn't believe it. Jenna says, come back Sunday. Come back Saturday. Sunday. I can't even read. Come back Saturday. Yeah. Saturday night, 9 to 1 is my Saturday night. Heather says, maybe I'll look into it. Jenna says, that's what I do on Upwork. How long have you been doing it, Jenna? I know it's been a while now. I think you were doing it before I met you. You just have to be able to, Heather, you just have to be able to let someone else take credit for your work. That's the hard part. Because you can't let anybody know you wrote it. So that's the hard part. Heather says, I read Interview with a Vampire before I saw the movie. I love both, but it's been a long time. Oh, yeah. And the bad thing is my walker broke, and I said, come hell or high water, I'm getting that damn haircut. This mess off my head. Jenna says, did you watch the NY feed of Tessa's stream, Greg? The NY feed of my stream. Heather says, as an editor, I'm kind of used to that. And Tessa. Punky says, I'm just glad they're using somewhat unrecognizable but good actors this time. I don't know. Just seems to me it's really hard to write something knowing I'm not going to get credit for it, especially if it went on to be a really bestseller book. That would be really hard. Jenna says, I've made more on one project than I have on my book. That's great. bigger project, but still, yeah. I remember loving the first Witches book by her too, which they are also developing into a series. Funky says, and then Greg says to Jenna, "Don't know what you are talking about. New York feed, me either. I have no idea what she's talking about either." Funky says it's going to be the race verse. Oh, New Year's Eve. Where Extreme I forgot about that. I'm like, NY? Yeah, the New Year's Eve. Still got to figure out whether or not you're doing that one coming up on the 17th. I did too. I thought it was New York, and I'm like, New York? What are we talking about? I did the exact same thing. That's where I was thrown. I'm like, what are we talking about? The New York, stream. I'm like, New Year's, yeah. And I writes the witch books. Ah, fabulous. Where I babbled and babbled. You did fine. Don't worry about it. You did great. Heather says, well, I have to go to bed soon. I'm fading fast. Yeah, I'm supposed to be in bed too. I have to get up at 6. Funky says, okay, someone's got to give me a link. Well, Greg's the one who looked it up. I have no idea. Yeah, and it'd be way back on the page near the beginning of the year because it was New Year's. Heather says, I got a lot of work done today. Even wrote in my book during my stream. Good job. Dennis says, I should watch it before I do it again. It's on there. You just have to look for it. I don't know whether there's a search or you just have to go back through. I'm not sure. I haven't tried to look for an old video before. Yeah, it's a shame you didn't put the link on here. I don't know. I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is, guys. If you want to watch it again, there it is. That won't let me click on the link. I don't have YouTube open. I was going to say I found it. Fuck you will watch it. Immediately cancel any and all streams with me. You weren't bad. Quit being a silly. I don't have my YouTube open, so I can't. Oh no, I will be scheduling more. No, we're talking about doing it on the 17th. I don't know if she's definitely going to do it or not. Talking about it. Of September. 17th of September. Friday night. Now, it's almost 11:30. Okay, it's about dog poop time for you. Oh, Funky. Greg says the Funky you will be fine, but she asks if you want to go into the third room, just say no. That was funny, yeah. In the beginning, we were talking about hiding bodies. So that's a good thing for a stream. Someone said it's kiddo bedtime over here. It's my bedtime too, because I gotta go up at 6. And I'm not ready for bed yet. So I'm not gonna get much sleep. The third room is awesome. Awesome. Laura Nettles loved it. That should give you a hint on what's in the third room. Okay, I gotta make next month happen. Alright, guys. Well, everybody has to go. And when you're ready, Greg, just send me that if you're done before the next stream. Okay, I'll see you on Saturday. Hopefully the rest of you too. Good night, guys.